Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, April the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a sound check? Yes, yes, thank you, Peter. Okay, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. And hey, guys, we've got some action this morning. Not quite full, but take a look at my gap ups. The last little while I've only had about maybe 10. I'll expand this a little. It's still a reasonable number, but it's getting better in terms of the action in the pre-market. When this window gets completely full, then we know we've got something. But anyway, VXRT, man, what a pop for it. The news is that they're going to be presenting at some kind of a congress. What is it called? The World Vaccine Congress in Washington in 2021. So on that news, this stock is just ripping, and it now is above the high of 2 days ago, I think. Yes, above the high of 2 days ago on that news. It is shortable for me. I'm looking at a possible short of this, but that is the news for VXRT. And Clove, C-L-O-V. I think the Wall Street bettors are still in that one, pumping this one up, and it's another nice day for it, C-L-O-V. GRTX. Huge gap up right at the 200-day moving average right now, 980. Look at this, 980 is the 200-day, 982, got a little bit above that. Positive data, that's all I can really see. Updating data from pancreatic cancer trial. So that is the reason for GRTX moving higher. However, it's right into that 200-day. So let's see if that blocks it. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Hopefully nobody was holding ADVM. So on their trial, I think there's only 36 patients, but one of them experienced some severe symptoms. I guess some kind of an ocular. I don't know exactly if it's a procedure or a drug, but whatever it is, it got absolutely slashed here. Phase 2 trial, so down 56%. This I don't think I've ever seen, this stock. WVVI, I don't think I've seen this one before. It's been sneaky good. Look at the last few weeks, 771. Now it's a pop up to 1215. Not very much volume. That's the issue, of course. Very low float, 3.7 million in the float. I do not see any specific news for it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for it, but had to mention it because that's a big gap up. Again, not very much volume yet. Anyway, VXRT just continues to soar here. The cruiser is getting a little pop here. Norwegian, NCLH, CCL, RCL. I think the news basically is that the CDC has lifted the restrictions because they were facing lawsuits from Florida and Alaska, basically saying that if 99% of their crew members and 95% of passengers are all fully vaccinated, full speed ahead. So they're looking to, sometime midsummer. So that is NCLH and CCL. Here's another one that just got hammered here on the way down. Cara, look at this down. Wow, 41% now. Wow. Negative phase 2 data. Well, that's just of passengers, right, Frank? It's not the entire population. They're just saying anybody who wants to take a cruise. I think that's what it meant anyway. So present your papers. You've had the 2 doses or whatever. How many doses? Nokia, NOK. This was a Wall Street better. back here, but this is actually right back here when they got a hold of it. This is an earnings play. I don't typically look at it because of the float, but you know, it is up 15%. And of course, Facebook. You know, I don't trade Facebook, but I mean that's a great cap. That's a big pop for Facebook. 7.5% with that 2.3 billion float. You've heard me talk about you know, why I wouldn't trade Facebook typically, because it really needs a catalyst. Well, of course, the catalyst was its earnings release, and I guess it just, well, look at this. I mean, unbelievable. And also Apple a little more modest in its gains. So full speed ahead for everybody. STM is an earnings play. STM is an earnings play. Swiss stock, so it's an earnings play. It is gapped up. I mean, it's got room, a little bit of room. $43. It's at 40 right now. PFSC, PFSE. And I've obviously copied it down wrong. Shoot. What is the symbol? I don't see it on my list anymore, so I don't know. It appeared on my, oh, there it is, PSFE. So if I've, sorry, it's I've mixed up. So it's PSFE, PSFE. Hopefully, I don't know if I put it correctly in the gappers, PF. Yeah, so that's, yeah, you're going to see I put it down wrong. I have PFSE. It should be PSFE. Anyway, signing a multi-year agreement with Amazon Web Services. So it's not a huge pop. It was a little bit better. Of course, when it was up to 14.21, that percentage looked a little higher. That's it. Just, they were going to be presenting. That's it, Grumpy. eBay. I always say this. Who the heck uses eBay anymore? But anyway, eBay has gapped down on earnings. I know somebody's going to say, I use eBay. But eBay has gapped down earnings release. Yeah, okay, I have a question from our YouTuber. How do you pull up the change symbol? Just left click on the chart and then just start typing. Left click on the chart that you want. So daytraders knows what chart you're in. So left click on the chart, and then when you start typing, the box should pop up. Okay, if that doesn't happen, if you left click and then you start to type and there's no box, hit the space bar in your keyboard, and then that change symbol box should pop up. Okay. METX. I love, here's where you use statistics to your advantage. Okay, METX. 485% increase in gross billings in Q1. Now, what did they go from 1 to 5 people? I'm kidding, of course, but I mean, this is how you use statistics to your advantage. All anybody sees is a 485% increase, but from what to what? Anyway, I didn't see those numbers. However, this is a China education stock, and it is what it is. It popped up. And Plug, yeah, just as I was opening the room, Plug had a huge pop up here. Collaboration with BAE with electric buses. Let's see, did Fuel Cell and the rest of them kind of pop? I know this as a sympathy play. Yes, they did. And I didn't mention PSTI. PSTI. This is the one I actually took a little short in it. But it was about a nickel short. Guys, it was a scalp short. I was hoping it would really collapse. This is phase 1 data. You know, I'm skeptical. It did get up to 540. I'm not in this short right now, but I'm watching to see if it just you know, craters through 5. I'm skeptical. A little bio with phase 1. So far, so good, William. Okay, I'll give you the link. If this is for you, wishful luck. I just popped it in. Oh, you found the link? Okay. Yeah, interesting to see what this one does today. I mean, that was an insane move for BTX. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, well, we have quite a few more upgrades than we have downgrades. Let's take a look at some of them. Okay, I'll start getting them in here. Briefing.com, Pat. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. It's briefing.com. Lots of websites out there with upgrades and downgrades. I use that one because I'm lazy. They send it to me every about 10 after 9 every morning. So we got some upgrades for Shop still. Wow, Shop. A couple upgrades for Shop. An upgrade for Spot. A couple of upgrades for Diska. Goldman upgrading Apple. Don't often see that. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And now, not too many downgrades. Couple of downgrades for eBay. We have competing. We have an upgrade for AVY. We have a downgrade for AVY. JP Morgan upgrading AVY. UBS downgrading AVY. And we have a bunch of downgrades for ADVM. How come you couldn't tell me this before the results of the trial? Okay, so there we have it. There are the upgrades. There are the downgrades from briefing.com. You mean WVVI? That's probably what it looks like. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I thought of that also. Yeah, that the VV looks like a W. It's WVVI. Okay. It may not do anything. I mean, there's no volume yet. It's just, I have to mention it because it did have a gap up. It doesn't trade very much. You know, even yesterday it only had 131,000. So my expectation is that it's probably not going to maintain this gap, but you know, you just never know. So I always want to draw the attention to it. 3.7 million in the float for it. I don't see any news, specific news. This is a just in case. Just checking some of the other earnings plays. This is, you know, MO could be interesting. I mean, this is an earnings play. Of course, they're got hammered here and here on the news that, Washington, the White House is thinking about really reducing nicotine levels and or eliminating menthol cigarettes. So that was the news here, and now we've got earnings for MO. So they're getting hit a little bit again. It's only down 2%. It's a big float. It's not a new issue, no. No, it's not a new. Well, I don't think it is. It's got some history. Again, guys, I'm only bringing this to your attention because of this big gap. It may not hold. There's hardly any volume, but just in case. Remember we were watching VLDR yesterday? If you were in the room yesterday, I was waiting. Unfortunately, I did not get it. But remember, I kept talking about, well, I would take the VLDR if it popped through on volume. And look what it did. Finally, the volume came in. This is right at 3 o'clock, just as I was shutting down the room. And had a little, hit a little pop from 1420 all the way up to 1445. Kind of held after hours, and now it's still holding. So that is VLDR. A little more expensive one. This is not I thought maybe it was an earnings play. Hydro Farm. No, let me guess what they do. Yeah, it's got to be a cannabis play. Anyway, well, I would think so anyway. But this is maybe it isn't. I don't know. It is moving up 5%, 250,000 shares. Very low float, 16 million in the float for a $63 stock. This could be crazy. I mean, that's just a low float for a $63 stock. Looks like that PSTI, guys. I mean, that's kind of my almost my number one focus early, just to see if it takes out 5 for a short. Yeah, you're right. Upsized, $59 a share, so it's a little bit above, but look at that float, guys. You got to be so careful. Something that expensive with that float. It's definitely not for me, but I'm just pointing it out. Some of you, A, don't mind playing the what I call the more expensive ones, and B, it could be exciting. I mean, there's the highs right over here, 67. VXRT had a vax fail? No. The big news is that they're going to be presenting at this World Vaccine Congress in Washington. I don't know what's in 2021. I don't know the exact date. That was the news. So it's not a vax fail. You must be thinking of something else. This PSTI is starting to drift down a little bit. There are no hotkeys like that, no, Tiago. Oh, okay, that's back in February. Okay. All right, guys, it's almost, I'm going to shut these two or minimize these two windows, get set for the open. And if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating version, you can click on, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list right here, Barry's watch list. That is a layout, okay? Everything in here, these are all the theme channels that we have. They're all layouts, so make sure if you do click on one of them, make sure that you do save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. I don't see what you're talking about, Harry. That news was out this morning. A fail back in February. Again, I don't see what you're talking about in terms of the VXRT. I mean, you're right. I mean, there's a news back here, February 3rd, but that's, so I'm not sure what you're really talking about. PSTI guys. Boy, that takes out 5. I think that's it. Yeah, I read that too, Brett. Yeah, the busiest day of earnings season. Yes, for the S&P. I think we have Amazon after hours today. AMZN. Amazon, I believe, is after hours. Everybody's expecting blowout earnings again. All right, give me one moment, please. No, look at this one. I didn't see this one. I'm just seeing this now. Look at this tip T. Are they doing a financing or something? It says that they're deciding to withdraw registration. Registration statement relating to previously announced initial public offering. Aha. So that is the tip T. IJ, yes. The last vestiges of my coffee. Yeah, you just left click on the chart and then you start to type. Okay, when you start to type, the box pops up. And then you just either hit change, click on change, or hit return on your keyboard. All right, everybody, the market is going to open a little over 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. You know what? I was watching Mara and Riot pre-market, and all of a sudden they're just taking a header. So I don't know what's happening with Bitcoin, GBTC. But take a look at Mara. It looked like it was starting to move higher, and all of a sudden both Mara and Riot are moving lower. So all right, we're now open. Okay, there it goes, guys. There's the PSTI. Again, I'm not telling you to do it, but there's the PSTI. On the shorts, of course. I'm talking about shorting. Let's see how well it holds underneath that 5. This is a case where you have to read the news. The big hype about phase 1 results. All right, GRTX is giving it up. Look at it. Look at that topping tail. Look at the bottoming tail. Not shortable for me. That's why I wasn't really paying that much attention to it. Wishful luck. I don't know why. I can't answer that. I mean, that link is pretty solid to get into the trading room, so I'm not sure how I can help you. All right, so that WVVI that I was, let's see what sort of, wow, the XRT, be careful on shorting that one right now. WVVI, okay, the volume has picked up. When we last saw it, it was around 20,000 shares, 24,000 shares. Volume has picked up. Wow, VXRT, so again, I know a lot of people wanted to short this one. Yeah, the news doesn't let me look kind of fluffy, but it doesn't matter what we think. The interesting thing also is that there are 117 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation. And ADVM continues down. This might be a hard short to get because it's down 58%. Yeah, it doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what we think. I'm telling you, this move is again super impressive because of the float. At one point, I mean, this is not that long ago. This is back in early February, first week of February. This got up to $25. And a big move for Clover, guys. CLOV. Big move for Clover right now. Look at the volume that is coming into it. All right, down goes PSTI. Well, guys, if you know me well enough, you've been in the room before. You know this is the sort of thing I look for in the pre-market. I look for one of these little bios that pop on phase one news, which is really, I consider very fluffy. They pop, and if they're shortable, I love to short these. This is the only time I typically, now I took this short just before the market opened, but because as it was getting closer to 5, this is the only time I usually take an early trade. Now I've just covered some now. Now notice, I don't tell anybody to do what I do. I'm just pointing out an opportunity, pointing out the opportunity. If it makes sense to you and you had shorts at your broker, you could have done it. And we have oh my goodness, so we've got this halt now for BTX. So it is not over and done with yet. BTX, if you weren't in the room yesterday, my goodness, you have to see what happened here. Look at this 15-minute chart. This is from yesterday. The stock at one point was $22. It did pop up to 28, rested for a while, and then it got up to 54. Trying to see what the anticipated BTX, I'm just trying to see what it looks like it could open at. I don't see anything yet. Here we go, 42.50. So nothing emerging as a big pop from where it got halted. I see ATOS, yes, I do see it. Where do I? Oh, I saw it here. That's right, on my ticker tape. ATOS. A lot of volume coming in. You can see right off the bat, it doesn't trade that. I mean, there's 2.5 million. That's 10 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, Galt. So watching Galt on the ticker. What a run it's had. So this is and it's had a great week. A lot of volume coming in. 40 million in the float. Not high, not low. All right, let's take a look at see if the cruisers can finally. Nah, not really. I'm gonna say, can they finally hold? This looks like a short right here. I mean, look at the tops on the 15-minute chart right now. I mean, it's too late for me to short it, but. This ADVM, you would have thought maybe that would have been it. You know, it was already down about 40%. Now it's down 58% on that news. If I've read it correctly, it's just one patient, you know, a very unfortunate one patient suffering severe side effects from, I think they're trying to do something with eye disease out of 36 patients, and this is just getting hammered, ADVM. Grupo Televisa, TV is moving higher here. It's an earnings play, actually. It's an earnings play this morning. Hardly any reaction whatsoever. April 29th pre-market. Yeah, so it looks like this is an earnings play, but no reaction pre-market. Market opens, and look at this. Just going to say BTX should open, and it just did. BTX just opened. Not a big pop from the halt. Remember, got halted at 42.50, so not a big halt, not a big pop from the halt. And RHE, another flyer. RHE from yesterday, so this got as high as almost $7 yesterday. It is halted also. Now there's a low float, 1.5 million in the float. Well, F is getting an F grade on earnings, guys. Look at this, post-market, released earnings after hours, and now the market, you know, it was kind of holding those. Again, that is post-market, so gap down post-market. It's kind of holding that gap down. Market opens, and it's continuing to gap down on earnings, F. Oh man, if you had shorts for this GRTX, that was a good one also. If you had shorts, I didn't have any shorts for this one. Interactive Brokers. All right, what is the market doing? All right, so we've got tech up, we've got Dow up, we've got the SPY up, quite a lot. But what I'm seeing are things fading. So look at TCAT, guys. It's a difficult trader in my opinion, but I mean, look at this. I should have mentioned. I think the Hall of Fame HOFV was also moving in the pre-market. I don't see any specific news on it, but again, this is one of these NFT plays. Might have some room to 5. There's the next high. That's the next high looking left, right around 5. Well, Ralph, there's no way you can know that a stock is going to keep moving up the entire session. I wish I had a scan for that. Sorry. Yeah, it's still halted. If it's a 5-minute halt, it will open at 9:46. Yeah, 24 seconds after 9:46. So what are we now? So maybe another minute and a half before this opens if it's a 5-minute halt. So Ralph, again, I'm not trying to be a flip on you there, but I mean, there's no way you can possibly know. Nothing will tell you that a stock is going to keep moving up the entire session. All right, here's another one, guys. EXTR. It's not a low float either. 120 million in the float. This has got room. High is 1176. So I mean, if it takes out that high there, then the next highs are around 13 on the monthly chart. That I'm not aware of, Ralph. I don't use the BBs that much, so on a previous session, so I'm not aware. Look at Mara and GBTC. Crypto's getting slapped here. They had a big topping tail for it, but he's just getting absolutely slapped. Mara and Riot moving down also. So what you could do, I suppose, Ralph, is you could, like today, for instance, at the end of the day, you could find stocks that are moving up, I suppose, with narrow Bollinger Bands, put those stocks into a symbol list and see what happens the next day. It's something I've never tried, so I have no idea. Right, guys, PSTI, making my day. Now there's the low right there, 463 in the pre-market, so getting close. Well, that's the link that I post is the link for the room. I mean, it's web based, okay? So I'm not sure what's happening. Wishful luck. I mean, I'll post the link again, but so when you click on the link, I mean, this is what you should see: first name, email, and sign up. Not a robot. I mean, I don't know what's happening on your end if you're not able to complete this. Sorry, I just don't know what's happening. Okay, so I do see that it popped up, the ADVM popped up on my option scan, but this is so far down. I mean, it's looking for a pop. I mean, I'm skeptical that it's going to pop, so. Man, look at MVIS. Ooh, this is now getting really trashed here. 1905. Was the low yesterday, I believe, or 2 days ago, I believe. And so now it's underneath 19 and sinking. I mean, the next low looking left is 1347. Mentioned this one yesterday. If it took out that low, underneath 19, the bloom is off for a while. This is one of those Wall Street bets stocks. Oh, as far as I don't know. VXRT, I mean, it's, popped up on, you could consider kind of fluffy news. I have no idea what it's going to do. All right. Oh, I didn't even see. So, yeah, this came in here. What's the spread like for that WVVI? It's 10 cents. It's not terrible. Look at the volume that came in, guys. Remember, this is what I was saying. This is the only reason I was looking at this is because it had the big gap up. It had gapped up on 20,000 shares. And I said, well, I'll have to wait and see what happens when the market opens. This is going to trade. I mean, it's only 3.7 million in the float. This is easily going to trade the float, probably multiples of the float. And there's VXRT. Again, it doesn't matter what we think in terms of that news. All right, ALDX guys. So the low looking left a couple of days ago is 1595. Am I right? No, I can't be right. 1279. If it takes that out, I mean, look at where it could go. Stick an alert around 1271 for ALDX. Okay, so that was a 10-minute haul for RHE, and it just resumed. Okay, so I mentioned this one in the pre-market using statistics in a press release saying that they're 485% increase Q1 billing. I didn't see from what to what exactly, but that's the percentage that people see. So okay, if it takes out 2, it's got a shot to the 250 mark if you look at the daily chart. And I'm talking about the METX. Nokia turning into a gap up and reverse. NOK, it is earnings play. I did not see any news for WVVI. But it's been, I call it very sneaky. Look at that weekly chart. Not just today, but creeping up and up and up. Never heard of this stock before. Down goes the clover, guys. So yeah, lots of whippiness. Typically, why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Well, I mean, this is obviously it's a winner from here. WVVI. And why is it doing this? 3.7 million in the float. There's your answer right there. Look at this go, guys. I mean, if you'd been inside my head in the pre-market and I was looking at this, I can't draw attention to this one. Only 20,000 shares have traded. So I don't really, but then I looked at the gap and thought, okay, you know what? I'll point it out. Some might find it fascinating. But look at the volume now. I mean, look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume right there. 1.5 million shares. It doesn't trade very much. Meanwhile, WVIS continues its descent. I mean, there's nothing really, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 13, 14, but there's nothing stopping it. There's nothing holding it on the chart. And yeah, the market is starting to put a little bit of a dip here. I mean, all the indices are still up. Well, how I found VXRT, Ralph, the question was, can the scanner find stocks that moved up like VXRT in the pre-market? Okay, understand that I had an alert in the pre-market for VXRT right here. Okay, right there. It didn't mean, though, it was going to continue to do this. Okay, it happened to, but I mean, I had an alert probably right here, in fact. Okay, it doesn't mean that it's going to continue. I mean, I wish I could say yes, you get this move and it's going to continue, continue, continue. But my scanner, what I use in the pre-market, my gap up and my pre-market actives, yeah, it found this one. I mean, it also found clove. But look what happened. And is it straight up linear? I mean, it was at one point all the way up here, but I mean, there's no guarantee anything is going to continue. Well, a great short. Again, if you could find shorts for this GRTX, the high right there, 10.13, the $1.50 drop. Just had no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I am just holding on to the last little bit of my PSTI to see if it really wants to crack a little bit further down here. Well, this is what I use. I can't tell you exactly what it was, Carlos. I mean, this is what I use. I mean, it had to make a new high, number one. Had to have a certain amount of volume, number two. But you can see, I mean, the ones that are moving, this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, if you click on my home page, there's the link. Okay, and then when you go to my scans, click here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Absolutely, the pre-market actives up would have shown this, and also the gap up would have shown it. So these are the 4 scans I use in the pre-market. I'll pop that link into the YouTube room. Sorry, that's not the right link. Sorry. Too much got copied. Just a second. I'll just post that link again. My homepage link. So if you want those scans, all you have to do is just load them, and then you can right click. I don't have them up right now. You see, I get rid of them once the market opens. So you can just right click. You can right click and configure, and you can see what I'm using, what I'm using. Yeah, look at coin, guys, man. Look at this one. So, diving with crypto. Yeah, what a recovery for TIPT. So it's financing capsized right here. That was the news, and now starting to recover somewhat. Well, not somewhat. I mean, if you were able to pick it at $8 on that low right there, hard to do, of course, but That'll do it, Zach. Yeah, so home sales, so very weak. How's Mo doing? M-O, how is it doing? Okay, it's actually bounced a bit. It's an earnings play. Again, things are really hectic in the first, certainly first 15 minutes, half hour. Okay, this one was a big one yesterday. So I mean, there's no resistance for EVRI. Why? Because it's at an all-time high. So you don't know where it's going. EVRY, little bit of volume, not a huge amount. It is 3 times normal, but it's a big float, 85 million. Volume really has to step up. Had a big day yesterday. Continuation after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row up. Big volume day yesterday. It looks like it wants to continue. Okay, so this is kind of a gaming stock, okay? Not kind of, but it is a gaming stock. Yeah, so Tiago, can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do? Okay, so left click on the chart, left click on the chart. Left clicking on the chart is just, so Trade Ideas knows what chart you're in. So just left click on the chart, and then if you start typing, just type, that change symbol box should pop up. Okay, and that's it. Now you can hit return on your keyboard, enter in your keyboard, and that's it. Wow, now look at METX, guys. Nice alert here at 194. Next high, as I was saying, looking left is around 250, so all right, so for this one, I have to put an alert up here around, say, 1830 for EVRI and see if it takes it out a little bit later. And just see if it wants to just continue going. All right, PSTI. I don't have that much left. I have enough left that it's making me happy. If it keeps moving down, I'm waiting to see if it can take out that low right here, around 470. It's funny, I never used to short stocks under $10, ever. But some of these, these bios are just too, they're too hard to resist. And it's a great percentage move. Yes, it is in the options box. I guess well, even the count is high, 79. Okay, so even though I took, oh, wait a minute, did I save that? Yeah, no, I saved it. Okay, so yeah, so I don't have the count filter in, but I noticed the count is 79, 79 new highs. All right, let's take a look at this one. You look left on that monthly chart. What do you see? 1176. When was this? This was back in May of 2018. So we're talking about 3 years ago. Yes. Sorry, guys. Shameless cheerleading for this one to go down. And listen, I hope if anybody's long this, I do apologize. I'm not wishing ill will on anybody, but I basically laid out my plan that's why I wanted to short this one. Okay, guys, I'm all out of this. I was looking for this level right down there. It took out that low right there, so I'm all out of the PSTI. I've covered everything now. And all right, so TAP is an earnings play. You can see it was something from the AI. If you took this one, just be aware that 54.45 is the next high looking left. I guess if it can take that out, it's got a shot to keep moving, because the next high after that is 56.10 on the weekly chart. It's just out of the price range I like to trade. Yeah, so that 1176 for the EXTR, that's about 3 years ago. I don't know if it'll stall it. Then you have 13 next high. Sorry, next high after that would be 1305, and there's the fantasy level way up here around 15 for EXTR. Now, this is an earnings play, April 28th, post-market. So this earnings after hours, BCOV, and this doesn't look good at all. Let's see, the lows over here are 1595, 15, sorry, let me make sure, 1595, 1592. You know what? If it takes out, I'm going to stick an alert around 15... Stick an alert at 1580 for BCOV. There's a price alert down here. If it takes that out, it's got a lot of room underneath, like a lot of room, down to that 1270 level. So I want to see if it can take that out, or is this going to hold it and bounce? Remember Galt at the beginning? Not shortable for me. Galt at the beginning, remember the little pop up, 570 is drop 70 cents. This is not shortable for me. Look left, it could drop down to that 4 level. That's the low yesterday. All right, guys, there goes the AXTR. Yeah, so I'm looking at the AI alert so far, just out of the price range I like to trade. Meanwhile, CAPR, what are you doing? Volume coming in. Now this is, to me, getting ripe for a short because there's a 200-day, 523, so it's just looming above it, okay? So it's got the whole number of 5, and then it's got that 523. Now, listen, I may be wrong. It may pop right through it, but it looks like this could be setting up for a bit of a short play. Minimum number of shares you can short any stock, 1. There's no limit. I mean, it's like there's no difference between going long one share or going short one share in terms. They don't say you can't go long one share, so it's the same. There's no minimum number. Yeah, the XTR doesn't look good now. I never look at the EMA, 200 EMA. Well, I could be wrong about this EXTR. 200-day moving SMA, yes, but not the EMA. I never use the. I don't know. Maybe if you're talking intraday, but I don't use the 200 SMA or EMA intraday. I'm only aware of it on the daily chart. I don't know too many. So if you're talking about the 200 EMA on a daily chart, I don't really know too many people who use that. I think universally, definitely the SMA on the daily chart is what is used. I'm not saying, you can't use it, the EMA, but I think universally the 200 SMA is what is used. Oh, so you meant the SMA, not the EMA. Okay, yes, yeah, I'm aware, certainly, absolutely aware of where the 200 SMA is. Absolutely. And yes, and that, of course, this is what I do, and I always want to reiterate, is that what I do, I mean, it's going to sound obvious, what I do is what I do, and this is not, if you do something else or anybody does something else, this is not my telling you, well, this is what I do, therefore you should do the same. Absolutely not. Okay, Pipo. Yes, so the question was in the YouTube room, just like that. Okay, so you notice I put an alert for EVRI. I put an alert at 8:30, and this is my price alerts window. I minimized it when the alert happened. The window pops up on my screen. I can put a sound alert also. So I'm sort of answering your question, people. You can set up a sound alert. You just right click and actions, and then you just kind of follow all this. Play sound, set up a sound, You can have one of your windows text to speech. You don't want them all, because the whole idea of putting sound alerts is that you want to have a different sound alert for each alert window that you've got, or a price alert window. Because when you hear a sound, you're going to want to know which window to look at. So obviously you can't put them all text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window it's coming from. So you can put one text to speech, and then after that, you don't have to do text to speech, of course, but otherwise you can use this custom sound, and you select, and here are 3 folders we have. Within each folder, there are some sound alerts. You can pick one. I'll pick gong. I open it. I play it if I like it. If I like the sound it's making, I say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to the window that you're in. Okay? And the same thing, it's exactly the same with the AI. I mean, it's actions. So just right click, actions, and then just follow the same thing, if that's what you're talking about. Okay? So does that answer your question about it, making the bot? I don't. It's not the bot so much, but it's just the program. You can put sound alerts when an alert happens. Well, this has been a rapid morning. DLPN on the move. I noticed it. Yeah, look choppy though. I mean. Too bad. I don't have any more of the PSTI left, but see how that worked though, guys? See how you put a price alert right on the chart? So it's a great tool. If you're not using it, why aren't you? But seriously, you click on new, and then price alerts window, and this will be the window you'll see. If you've never done it before, of course, it'll be blank. And on the chart, you just you go to the chart. If I wanted to put an alert right up here for PSTI at 478, I just do it. You just move the mouse up to the area you want. Right click, create price alert, save. You can put a note in if you want. Otherwise, you just save it and just wait for the alert to happen. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, of course. But if it does happen, the box will pop right up on your screen. Can't miss it. Well, as I say, this has been, for me anyway, this has been a rapid morning. It's already 10:20, and this is when I get ready for it. My spiel, the Trade Ideas spiel. So we shall start off with the test drive. Yeah, Grumpy, you're a funny man. All right, so the test drive. Click on the test drive link, and this is what you will see. So, the test drive starts May the 10th to the 21st. What is it? For $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber, okay? And you'll have up to 10 trading days. I say up to 10 trading days, You'll get 10 trading days if you can take the test between the 10th and the 21st. That's 2 weeks, 10 trading days. But if you can only start, as an example, on the 11th, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so I just want to make sure it's crystal clear that you do not get 10 days from whenever you start. And we're probably only going to do this twice a year now. We used to do it 4 times a year. So a great opportunity to try us out. Just see, how you like the program. The other thing is that once the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that, we get a lot of people saying, well, what happens when it's over? Nothing for you to do. We don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription automatically. Okay? When it's over, it's over. When it is over, there, of course, will be a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription. But don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. Okay? If you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're pre-registering. You will not get live data, until the 10th. However, May the 7th, which is the Friday before that Monday, give it maybe an hour after the market closes. You'll actually be able to then download the program and play around with it for the balance of Friday and, of course, Saturday and Sunday. If you do that, you're going to be part of this test drive. Then the other thing I would absolutely recommend, so you're somewhat prepared, is take a look at the 20 lessons. Yes, if you're a standard subscriber, you can try out premium for those 2 weeks also for the $8.99. So what I would do is take a look at the 20 lessons. I put that link in, and it goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. So prepare yourself for the Monday. Don't just start off, well, I don't know anything, and I want to be taught everything in 2 weeks. Do yourself a favor and take a look at the features that we have and how to create them, so you have a better idea about what to expect. So that is the test drive. Next, my homepage. Oh, I see it, but I'm busy. The BTX, I know, I see it. All right, my homepage. So I've put the link in here, but it's also available right here. There is my tab, my homepage tab. Okay, if you click on it, this is the link right there. You click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So there is a lot of information on my homepage. So I always recommend that you save the link, because there's a lot of information that I'm going to go over. You can always look at this later on, more at your leisure. If you do want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference between standard and premium is the AI, which I'll go over. Wow, quite a few alerts today. I had a better day actually. Yesterday I'm just looking at some of the percentages, but it's still early. But anyway, that's the big difference. There are other differences. You can backtest strategies if you want. Most of our customers don't do that, but that's available. But that's the big difference. That's the main reason why people want to have a look at our premium service. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount, to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, then you'll go to the $118 and $228 for the balance, as long if you keep going month to month. Okay, just want to make that clear. We get a lot of emails like that. How come I'm being charged more the second month? Okay, on my homepage, you can also get a link. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week. Get you sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, usually around noon, all times Eastern, of course. You can sign up for it here, and then I think there's a popular section from my homepage. All the scans I'm sharing. Here is my layout. Okay, so what you see on the screen, that would be my layout. I also have individual, and remember, because it's a layout, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. First, if you do want to check out my layout, remember you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved it. But again, if you have your own layout and you like your layout, but you might want to take a look at some of this. I've got a lot of scans here that I'm sharing. You might want to take a look at some of them. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, and pre-market actives down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. I also like the gap continuation reverse. It's on one of my other monitors. And of course, my moving higher with unusually strong options on another monitor. But lots of scans that I'm sharing. Education, big education section here. Okay, I popped that 20 lessons on its own. This is what you'll see again. Here's the 20 lessons. Won't take you 20 days. But all the basic features covered. It's all text-based. So all the basic, what is a top list? Building one, an alert window, creating one. Introduction to Holly, which we nicknamed our AI Holly. So a lot of information here. You will hear me refer to a YouTube room. We also have a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time as the main room. It's exactly the same. They see me, they can hear me, and they can see the screen. At around noon, I do take a break. Of course, noon Eastern time, I take a break, and one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today it will be, who is it today? Jamie. Jamie will be in today. And so before I take my break, if you want to head over there, I will pop the YouTube link in, so you can head over there while I take my break, if you want to. Of course, this is the free trading room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. We do have something on the AI. People ask about that, so we do have some information. More educational videos right here. Starting trade ideas from scratch. And then back to basics. I love this one. If you're brand new to trading, and I mean brand new, 36 little videos created by Michael Noss. He works at Trade Ideas, did a great job creating these. Starting off with what is a stock? Okay, so it's about as basic as you can get. And we have some trading ebooks that we created. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of information on my homepage. You can save the link and look at all that later on. All right, now, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the stock market, the U.S. markets and the Canadian markets, okay, with a caveat with the Canadian markets, but essentially, we're looking at the U.S. stock market, all the different exchanges. So we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas, okay? Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. The reason I always say that every day is because I always find it amazing. People say, well, I live in this country, can I use Trade Ideas? Yeah, we have no restrictions. I have this broker, can I use Trade Ideas? Yes, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is. This is an example of a very easy scan I put together. I call it the basic new highs and lows. Right click, configure. This is what I'm looking for. These icons are the filter icons. So I'm looking for stocks, prices between 1 and 20. Current volume is 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. Okay, I don't have to go over all these filters, but the concept is that you start off with filters in order to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So that's what I've done here. If a stock makes a new high or a new low, this is the alert that I'm using. We have a lot of other alerts, but this is what I like to see. So if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So that's why I'm seeing these stocks. These stocks met those filter requirements, and they made a new high for the day or a new low for the day. Remember PBI was ripping yesterday? Look at the SPY, guys. Yes, this I guess that housing news really has put a bit of a damper. The indices are falling. So what we did as a company is, instead of making you learn a programming language, we said, okay, why don't we create what we consider are enough alerts and filters to satisfy the vast majority of our customers. Now, I know some of you out there are going to say, well, yeah, but I want this filter or I want that alert. Well, you know, for the vast majority of our customers, we've created, I think anyway, enough. These are the alerts. And these are the filters, okay? So that you can combine them to create the type of scan that you're looking for. Do we have absolutely everything? No. But, you know, we don't force you to learn a programming language. Just taking a look at this METX, see what it did. No, it's still hanging in there, man. Okay, so that's the concept of Trade Ideas. Okay, we're a scanner. You can use it. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can create your own scans if you want. Of course, that's why to start out, you might want to take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. We also have, if you click on New from the toolbar and click on Channel Bar, you will see that we have a lot of themed channels here. Every one of these channels is a layout with, scans within, and you can check those. So again, you don't have to know anything about how to program Trade Ideas. They've all been created for you. Now remember, everything in here is a layout. So again, if you do happen to have a layout up and running, make sure you do save that layout to the cloud first. Okay, because when you click on a layout here, a channel here, then you click on another one, it will replace the previous channel. Okay, so, but it gives you an idea about what Trade Ideas, what you can do with Trade Ideas, and again, these are all themed channels. Well, yeah, you can use Trade Ideas after hours. When you say after hours, like what do you mean? After 4 o'clock Eastern time? Or, I mean, we still have data coming in until I think 7 or 8 Eastern time. But you can use it on the weekends. I use it on the weekends all the time to do my, with the time. I mean, you obviously don't have live data anymore, but I scan all my top lists, check things out. Oh yeah, of course you can use, yes. And we have a post-market channel. After hours, we have an after hours channel actually. I believe it goes to 8. I believe it may be 7 Eastern time. But it's plenty. It's certainly plenty. Most people are only interested in a couple hours after the market closes. For companies that are releasing earnings, usually they release earnings around right at 4 or 4:05 or up to 4:30. So that's when those stocks are active. But certainly. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about this. Well, first of all, talk a little bit about our AI. Quite a few alerts today. I only had about 5 yesterday. Had some really big winners yesterday. If you have our premium service, this is how I would look at it. I wouldn't overcomplicate how to use the AI. I would click on New from our toolbar. I would click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This will be the window that you'll see. Okay, I would incorporate this as part of your layout. No alerts happen until at least 9:35. You see there was one here at 9:39, 9:41. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the time. You have a stop so you can manage your trades. How you do it will be up to you. Okay, but that is how I wouldn't worry about the different segments of the AI. I wouldn't worry about from what strategy it came from. Here are the strategies that made the cut. I wouldn't worry about it. It overcomplicates things. Really, in my opinion, just have this window open and wait for the alerts to happen. And how you're going to trade them, will be up to you. All right, now I want to talk about this window that you see here that is we call Brokerage Plus. If you have an interactive brokers, and again, I always want to reiterate this. I saw one email this morning saying, well, I don't have interactive brokers, therefore I cannot use the AI, so I want to downgrade my subscription, okay, to standard, because thinking that you have to, use this window to trade anything. This is a feature that we've got. If you want to use it, great. Okay, that's all it is. Only available with the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So there is a way, if you want, to trade, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, to trade using this window. How? There are 2 videos here. The first one is I believe it's the connection video, either for Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. And the second one is what I'll go in a little more detail about how you can create strategies and create one-click trading, etc. Just one word though, if you do have an E-Trade account and you want to use this to trade your E-Trade account, you have to be on our beta version, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, and at the top here it says download software. And scroll down, keep scrolling down until you see the beta. You need to be using our beta version if you want to trade your E-Trade account. You can stay on this version up here, the Pro, I'll call it the Pro account, the production account. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you don't have to download the. I always use the beta though. There's no issues in my opinion. So if you watch that video, it'll show you how you can do things like this. So in the simulator, first of all, I'll show you how you can connect. You see how it says Brokerage Plus up here in the toolbar. There are 2 options, live and simulation. So you click on live, the video will show you how you can connect. Just a second, please. We have a... Okay, just a minute. I had to do some moderating in our YouTube room. So if you watch that video, it'll show you how you can connect to your account, and then how you can do things like this. Okay, the most manual way to do it is you pick how many shares. First of all, if you click on an alert, it'll show up. Here's in the symbol box. You pick how many shares you want. You pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're going to go long, you buy. If you want to short, you sell. Okay, so that's the manual way. You can also do things like this. Let's say I click on UXIN. I check out the chart. I think, yeah, I would like to trade it. I can go back, right click, hover over that trade, and see how this box pops up. You can, and this is what I've set up ahead of time. You can, of course, set up your own buying or shorting parameters. And this is what we call one-click trading. You just click, and it's not quite auto trading, but you're able to set up a stop, allot a certain amount of money, etc. to the trades. Again, I don't go over it in any detail. If you watch the video, it shows you exactly how you do all this. Okay? And now, the simulator. If you are new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. We've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, very easy to use. It's the same as if you were attached to either an IB or an Interactive Brokers, E-Trade account. Everything I'm saying is going to be exactly the same, except you're just using our simulator and our real-time data. So it doesn't matter, again, who your broker. You don't even need a broker. If you just wanted to practice trading for a while, and don't even have a broker account, you can use the simulator, and it's available in the standard version. You don't need our premium service to use our simulator. So, you know the drill, guys. You know what I like to show. Let's just see if I can find one. Makes a little bit of sense. All right, let's just say I wanted to take METX. I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it on a pullback to say $2. See if it pulls back to $2. $2 holds. I want to get into the trade, and maybe it'll bounce off. Again, I'm not saying I would do that. I just want to demonstrate how you can do something like that. So you pick how many shares. I've clicked on the alert. So on the symbol, wherever you click on the symbol wherever you find it, the symbol will show up. How many shares? And I'll put $2 in both boxes. Click the buy button, and notice that blue line now appears on the chart. So if METX, well, look at the volume, 58 million shares. I mean, look at that, guys. 15 million in the float, 58 million have traded so far. This is going to trade, let's put 7 or 8 times the float today. So, if METX gets down to $2, it'll take the trade. Now, if I'm looking at this and I decide, you know what, I really don't want to take it anymore, even though it's starting to approach, maybe I'm looking at the market sinking, maybe the sector is terrible. I can always, of course, I don't have to keep it in there. I can go to the orders, and I can right-click and cancel. Okay, so you don't have to, just because you put it in, of course you can cancel the order. And I'll just keep it in, see what happens. Now let's take a trade, show you, because you guys know what's coming. Say I wanted to take this OCUL trade, okay? Because now we're going to talk a little bit about money management, placing stops, and why that's so important. Because if you're new to trading, guess what? Not every trade is going to work, and so you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. And that is only going to come with practice, okay? Because the question is, okay, I get the idea that you should have a price, but how am I going to know where that price is? Well, that's going to come with some practice, looking at charts. And I always do it this way. I want to take this trade. Again, would I do it normally? No, but I just want to show you how you can take a trade and where you can put a stop, how you can put a stop. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go at the market. It's about an 8-cent spread. I mean, not great, but there's my entry, 83. I'm going to put a stop at 1763. Okay? It's not, I mean, technically, if I were really in this, I'd probably put a stop around 1750, but I just want to make the math easy. Add the stop order. Again, when you get into a trade, you know ahead of time where your stop is. So I'm going to put it at 1763, again, just to make the math really easy. Yeah, I was asked a question about trailing stops. I don't typically use trailing stops because I'm not in too many trades at the same time. Typically, I could only be in a couple of I usually am only in 2 trades at a time. If I were in a lot of trades at the same time, I would have to have a way to manage it. But because I'm only in maybe 1 or 2 at a time, I like to manage my stops on my own, or my exits and things like that. So, but I'm not saying so. That's just me. So why did I put this here? We're getting close, maybe, to being stopped out. No, not stopped out yet. Okay, so I put that at 20 cents away because the idea now is that, okay, if you're convinced that you should have a stop, great. But now the next aspect is, how much are you going to risk on the trade in terms of dollars? I mean, obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you don't want to risk $1,000 a trade. You'll be wiped out pretty soon, unless you get really, really lucky. So let's just say your account size says that you can, say, risk $100 a trade. So that will share size you because, again, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. So I put this stop 20 cents away to make this math easy. Because if I can risk $100 a trade, the difference between my entry and the stop is 20 cents. I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. Okay? Because you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, or some fixed number. In my opinion anyway, you should risk, you should have a dollar amount that you're comfortable with if you lose in the trade. And that'll share size you. Okay, so practice, practice, practice. Okay, before you commit money to the market. Now, when you do commit money to the market, here's what's going to happen. You may have practiced for a while. You obey your stop. You've been obeying your stop. You move on because remember now, it's just play money kind of, right? It's a simulation. And so you get stopped out. Oh, well, it's not my money. What happens is when you start trading and you have real money on the line, and your stock starts approaching that stop, a couple things are going to happen. First of all, you might get a little angry. You might think, man, I can't believe this is happening. It was an earnings release. Everything looked good. People are talking about it. I can't believe it's dropping. Second thing is, well, maybe I'm still new to trading and I put my stop too tight. I should be reducing that stop because maybe I just don't understand exactly where to put that stop. So I start moving my stop down. Okay, keep moving it down. So I just moved it down to 1733. So instead of that manageable $100 loss, if I allow this to go all the way down to 1733, I'm going to be at almost 250. I still am stubborn though, because I still think it'll bounce. I'm reading stuff about it. It'll bounce. So you keep moving your stop down and down and down, and finally maybe you give up, and now you're out $570 when you finally give up. So, I mean, it's going to happen. I'm not saying it'll be that dramatic, but it will happen. I guarantee it. even though you've been practicing, practicing, practicing. So of course, how do you counteract that? You leave your stop in. Whoops, you just leave your stop in. You leave your stop in, and it takes all of the emotion out of trading. Okay? Takes all the emotion out. You allow yourself to be stopped out, and you move on. You take your manageable loss, and you move on. The setup could happen again. You know, for all the reasons why you got into it the first time, maybe that setup occurs later on in the day, and you can always get back into the trade. All right, so there's my spiel, okay? Practice trading first. How long it's going to take you, I have no idea. You know, everybody is different. Some people, you know, pick it up fairly easily or fairly quickly. Nothing is easy, but may, you know, relatively quickly. Some will never pick it up. Yeah, you can't, Tiago. We start off with $100,000, and that's how much we give you to practice trading. So you cannot change that. Maybe down the road they'll you know, but they've been talking about that for a long time. So I'm not even going to put a time frame on it. Down the road, maybe you'll be able to exactly put how much you want to start with. And that's a good question, because if you have a $5,000 account, even though we give you $100,000 in the simulation account, of course, you know, you should share sizes if you've got a $5,000 account, if that's what you've got. So don't start taking 10,000 shares of a $3 stock or a $4 stock just because we give you access to that money. Now the other thing is that if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, this will carry forward. So this is how you can practice swing trading also. Okay, so if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. There's probably a finite number of days. I don't know what that is, but certainly a good number of days that you can carry a trade going forward. So you can practice swing trading here also. Okay? So we've gone negative. The SPY is still a little bit positive, but Dow has gone a little bit negative. NAS has gone a little bit negative. Remember, everything was rosy earlier on. I guess those housing numbers came out, and that has caused the market to kind of drop somewhat. Oh, you can now? Okay, Dreamer, thank you. I'm always the last to know. Now, where would you do that? Oh, I see. Okay, cool. So there you go, Tiago. Oh, that's right. That's right. Now I forgot. You can actually have different simulated accounts. So you can have one, say, for swing trades, one for intraday trades, one for, I don't know how many you can have. So if I name this swing as an example, okay, starting value, I'll put 50,000 just for fun. I wonder if you can do the K. I know, no, okay. I know we've been able to do that now in the alerts and all. Ah, okay. There you go. So here's my... Ah, okay, and then I click here, account, so I can toggle back and forth between swing. Didn't seem to take me to swing though. Anyway, I've actually heard Dan talking about that, but I had actually never really tried it. I don't think trailing stops work in paper trading mode. I think it has to be in the simulator. Okay. Sorry, in your live account. And I think, I may be wrong, I think you can only put a dollar amount and not a percentage. You can't use a trailing percent. Again, I may be wrong. Best person ask that, go to info if you really want to know. Go to info. TradeIdeas.com. See, here is my thing about trailing stops and all. I get the idea of a trailing stop if you're in a lot of trades at the same time. I do get that, okay? This is what I'd be doing though. Let's just say this OCUL. If you're only in a couple of trades at the same time, what I'd be doing is I'd be moving this line up and up and up to areas on the chart that make sense. So, I mean, this is a terrible example because it's all choppy and all, but imagine OCUL. Let's see if I can see something here. So let's just say for argument's sake, OCUL started to really move higher. I could use this right there as my new stop, okay? Because it looks like there's some support right there. Broke through that, I should be out. So I would just move my lines up. Instead of what I'll call a very artificial number. I've got a 10 or 20 cents trailing stop or a 0.5% or 1% trailing stop. Those are to me just artificial numbers. If you're not in very many trades at the same time, I would be moving my stop lines up on areas of the chart that made sense with a new stop. I mean, I get it. I get it if you're in a lot of trades at the same time, but well, your stop line will keep working, of course. But I see what you're saying. You may not be able to raise your stop. Yeah, I don't know in the simulator. I think there was an issue trying to use trailing stops with the simulator, but it does work with your live account. Okay, so Gordon, I thought I explained this the other day. If you're going to use the buy or short button, okay, you have to assign a strategy to it. You have to create a strategy. You have to have an alert window that you create, imported in here, and then you have to create, edit trading strategy. You have to, if you want to stop, then you have to use order details. And, based on a stop loss. Okay, and how many dollars, so you're going to risk $100 or whatever that number is. And then in risk management, you have to pick a stop. Okay, what stop you're going to use, I can't tell you. I mean, you want to use the low of the day or something like that, but I cannot tell you what stop you should use. Okay, that's the only way you can do it. And then you assign, it's not auto trading, okay? You assign one of your long strategies that you want to set as default chart long strategy. Okay, so now, if you click the buy button, this one that you've assigned, see it says on, it'll follow these rules. It'll follow that edit, it'll follow whatever you've created. That's not auto trading. But it is, it's setting a stop. You can set a target if you want, all that sort of stuff, but okay. Meanwhile, this has turned into a pretty good one that I chose to demonstrate, the OCUL. Now, I didn't go over this. I'm going to flatten out of this trade. I just want to show you, these are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, I click flatten. Okay, that gets me out of the trade. Okay, took me out of the trade. Now, I like to have these columns here, I like to have them side by side, okay? The closed P&L, the max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. Common comment, or call it a question, is I always seem to be getting out of trades too early, or maybe I didn't get out soon enough, things like that, okay? And listen, it's a constant struggle with everybody. Don't think that just because, if I've been trading for a number of years, we all go through it. Darn, I got out of that trade too early. Look what it's doing. It's going to happen. But this can give you a bit of a gauge to show you, well, okay, how good are my exits? Okay, so what this is showing me here, OCUL, if I had gotten out of this exactly right at the top here, okay, while I was still in the trade at whatever that price is, 1840 or so, I would have made $274. Where I exited, I made $194. It's not bad. I mean, you're never ever going to get right to the penny, okay? So what you don't want to see, of course, is a big, at one point you're up $500, and by the time you exit, you're only up $50 or something like that. You don't want to see a huge erosion of the profit potential that you had, or even worse, turning into a negative number. So you actually lose money. The other one is the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me right now, the little 3 cents, 4 cents, it's going to fluctuate, of course. From where I got out, it is 3 cents above the exit price. Okay, that's not terrible. What you wouldn't, of course, want to see is a big, like $2 or $3 above the exit price. That is telling you, wow, I guess I got out really too early. What you really want to see is a nice big negative number. So that would tell you, okay, I exited, that was a good exit, because from where I exited, it really fell. Okay, and all these columns, just right click on columns, and everything is in alphabetical order. So you can just add these columns. You don't have to, but this is what I like to see. Well, I know what they do. I can just look at or at least I can see their wineries, I guess. Yeah, the production and sale of premium, super premium, and ultra premium wines. So I mean, there's a description of what the company does. I love. I'm seeing headlines like this a lot. Shares are trading higher and above average value. Not seeing any customer specific news to justify the price action in the low float stock. I'm seeing a lot of news like that. Because there's no news. There's no specific news with this company. Yeah, Michael. I mean, it's going to happen. It's but if you have a daily goal and you met it, I mean, you're I guess you're following a plan like that. Okay, so what does the Holly AI do in the Brokerage Plus window? Well, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, I can click on a symbol and there it is. So I can trade the AI manually in here. I mean, you treat the AI just like any other alert you're getting from any other window. You click on it, you want to trade it, you can do it. I don't go over auto trading. I don't believe in it. Okay, I'll say that right off the bat. But in theory, this is what I would do. If you guys are bound and determined that you want to try auto trading the AI, before you do that, you can use our simulator. Okay, you use the simulator. You can turn all the strategies on that made the cut. Enable 17. Now they're on. And so if an alert came in, it would trade it automatically. I don't do that. I'll never do it. But you can try that. You will need our premium service in order to try that. But of course, during the test drive, you'll be able to do that. You can try it out. But so the Holly AI doesn't do. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade the AI. It's got nothing to do. It's like saying, well, how do I trade this? Do I need to use Brokerage Plus to trade UXIN? Of course not. You can only use Brokerage Plus if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. If you have another brokerage account, of course you can use Trade Ideas. The AI isn't anything special in terms of an alert in that regard. You just click on your alert, and if we link with with a lot of brokerage platforms, so that when you click on the alert, it'll just show up in your order entry, so you don't have to type it in. That's all it is, though. It's just a time saver. You get an alert, so instead of my having to type EVRI into my Interactive Brokers account order entry, it just automatically loads it there, and then from there I can trade. Is that clear? Is that really, really clear? Because we get this question a lot. Well, I don't have an E-Trade account or an IB account, therefore I can't use the AI. It's got nothing to do with that. Yeah, a little bit of a downturn for Microsoft. Yes, I don't know. Maybe it's just an overall tech downturn. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it had earnings yesterday. Well, the earning reaction was yesterday. Release earnings the 27th after hours, so on the 28th. That was the reaction. Give me a moment, please. Well, no, you can use trade ideas after 4 o'clock, Gordon. I mean, the market hours. I mean, what we call normal market hours, 9:30 to 4. But there's still action after hours. You can use trade ideas. Probably I want to say to 7. PST. I'm sorry, PST. Yeah, I always just talk. I always make it easy, even though I'm Pacific time, of course. But I just want to. Yeah, so that's 7. That's 7 p.m. Eastern time. Yes. We start getting data 7 a.m. 7. I always just say it like this: 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Okay, 7 a.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Well, I do think that there are some. I don't think. I think our charts start working. I mean, this gets complicated. I think our charts stop working at even 6. Um, But you're right. I think probably there. I just don't. I just not hanging around at that time. So, but you're probably right. You might get some data at 8 Eastern time in our top lists. But if you've been seeing data that gets out like our top list, if they continue to get updated till 5, then there's your answer. Most of the time, as I said before, the first 2 hours, even the first hour after hours is where you want to, if you're interested in after hours, that's where the action is. Yeah, I mean this one right here. I mean, there's a couple of highs right here for DLPN. There's one at 1450, one at 1395, one at 1420. Yeah, I mean if it gets anywhere over 14, I mean it could have a crazy run. Tied in with HOFV. Let's see if that is moving also. Not quite like the DLPN. Okay, guys, see what happened here with the METX? It took the trade. Okay, it took the trade. Remember, I put $2 if it pulled back to $2. Now, the same principle though. If I know I want to get into a trade at $2, I also have to know where my stop is. So I have to be prepared ahead of time, knowing okay, I want to take this trade at $2. And that will share size me because if I got in at 2, I will know where my stop is ahead of time. So the same sort of thing. I will know where my stop is. Say it's 20 cents away. That means I could have taken 500 shares. Okay, if I'm risking $100, per trade. So, again, if you're taking a trade on a pullback, you also have to know, okay, even if that didn't work, where am I going to get out? I think eBay's on its own though, Sam. eBay's on its own. It had earnings, and look at this, right at the 200-day moving average now. It had already moved down after hours. It had moved down before the market opened. Here's an earnings play. Kraft Heinz, KHC, probably coming into a lot of resistance. I mean, this is, no, it's not even close to an all-time high. I'm sorry. I thought this was, boy, this has had a rough road. Yeah, I haven't been able to follow it, unfortunately, as close as I would like to have. But I saw the B Cove earlier. Well, if it was an earnings, okay, so release earnings. So I would say almost for sure, if you had been looking at the post-market channel, after hours channel yesterday, almost for sure you would have seen something like this. So you would have known that it was an earnings play that was moving down, and then you could have been more prepared for it. I mean, it showed up in this one, the gap down and go earlier. Trying to see where it showed up originally. I know I saw it earlier, but don't guess. I don't guess. I have no guesses about what Nio's going to do. Earnings play, no guess whatsoever. I don't play earnings. I don't try to. I could go to a bunch of websites and there'll be all sorts of predictions what's going to happen, but I don't guess. Yeah, Ford just got whacked. I mean, Ford really got whacked on earnings. I mean, if you want to keep track of stocks that are releasing earnings after hours, okay, if that's all you want to do, and then you can follow it, after hours, you could always create a top list, like a new top list window. You might want to put a price range. You might want to put a minimum volume, post-market volume. So post-market volume. So maybe you want to add that filter. I'll put 20,000. I mean, no, I can actually do the K now, can't I? Keep the price there. Don't need that. So earnings date. If I put 0.75 in the min and the max, that'll show me stocks that are releasing after hours today. Okay? Okay, earnings after hours. Okay, so if I just click on that, I'm not going to get anything. Okay, until after hours because my minimum is 0.75. That's the designation that we have. So you could start watching this after hours. And you'll see all the stocks that are releasing earnings after hours that have at least 20,000 volume and the other filter I put in, as an example. So I mean, I can give this to anybody who wants it. There it is. It's right there, Gordon. Okay. No, my earnings data. My earnings only looks at. I'm only looking at earnings yesterday and this morning. Okay. Right here. So I'm only that minus 0.25 means earnings after hours yesterday, and 0.25 means this morning before the market opened. If I change that to 0.75, yeah, it would show. But no, if you're just looking for earnings after hours, though, you can use that. Okay, so if your question is, okay, there are only two options with our charts. Right click, properties, and symbol linking. Whoops. Symbol linking. See, it says symbol linking. It's either checked or unchecked. Only two options. So I have checked these charts. Symbol linking is checked. And that's why when I click on an alert, Casper changes in all these different time frames. Or all the time frames change to Casper, okay? Whereas the SPY remains because it's unchecked. Is that what you mean? So, Mike, did that answer your question? Okay, good. All right, guys. So pretty quick 2 hours since the market's been open. Right above you. Right above you, Gordon. There's the link right there. Okay. And it's a top list, okay? All right, we have an IPO that just launched. EDR. EDR just came out. Let me just see what price it was supposed to come out at approximately, and see if there's a lot of enthusiasm for this one right now. How many shares? 24. Thank you, Homer. Okay, a little bit. How many shares? Well, I want to look anyway because I want to say who's involved. All right, so I see 21 million shares at 24. Okay, so it's a little bit of enthusiasm, $3 over. And who's involved? And what do they do? Okay, so UFC, they're all owned by Endeavor Group Holdings. So martial arts, IMG, some pretty big names here. Yeah, we got some big names behind this one. Big names. We have Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, KKR, Deutsche Bank. But look at all the co-managers. This is a pretty big IPO. This is what I'm talking about. Look at all the co-managers. Sort of a who's who. But look at the leads. Yeah, it's a SPAC, BSKYU. That's a SPAC, though. I don't. At least I'm pretty sure it's a SPAC. We haven't seen too many SPACs. Yeah, it's a SPAC. So we haven't seen too many SPACs in the last little while. If you guys recall, this halt resumes. It used to be loaded 2 or 3 or 4 a day, but the SPACs have dried up. Thank goodness. All right, guys, just checking our internal messaging, see if there's anything happening. Guys, I should also just mention this. If you're getting these emails from us saying you must fill out the NYSE forms, basically declaring that you, well, either are a pro, most of you are not pros, do not disregard it. Okay? If you disregard it, you'll have trade ideas shut off eventually. Okay, so don't disregard it and think that it's just spam. We don't want to do it, but we have to do it. NYSE is forcing us to do this. So it's all these professional agreement forms. You just have to, I think, check off a few boxes saying no, 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 something like that, and send it back to us because we're being audited. I mean, all these, we're all, not just ourselves, but we're all being audited doing this, and the NYSE is clamping down. They want just, if you're a professional, then they want more money out of you. If you're not a professional, your Trade Idea subscription includes the data, of course, that we get from NYSE and the other exchanges. But if you are a professional, the NYSE wants to collect more money from you. So So don't disregard it if you're getting an email and think, I don't have to do this. Or when I signed up years ago, I already checked off a box like that that said I was not a professional. Yeah, very few will have shorts available for EDR the first day. Zach usually does, yes. Okay, let's see. Reality did not really do very much. I'm looking here in my option scanner. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:33. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, Zen. Did you hear? It may be this thing with the NYSE. Okay, did you get the forms that you're supposed to fill out? You know, showing that you're not a professional trader and all that. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was an email that went out to all of our subscribers. I don't know. Can you hear me? Okay, so did you would have got an email. Now it may have gone into spam or you may just disregarded it, but there are some forms you have to fill out that shows that you're not a professional trader. And if you didn't fill them out, we have to turn you off. I mean, we hate to do it, but they have to be filled out. And I think that's probably what has happened. You did not fill them up. Okay. So do you know where they are? All you have to do is fill them up and send them in, and then you'll be. Oh, you don't know. Okay. Go to our homepage, and you can start a live. Sorry, I'll give you the homepage link and start a live discussion with somebody. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You could have been a subscriber for 10 years. Everybody has to do it. So if you go to our homepage, start that. This is what you'll see. Click on the homepage, and you should see right there questions and answers. Make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas so they can check your account. Okay, and then I'm almost 100% sure they're going to say, okay, you have not filled out the NYSE info that we need. They'll probably send you another link so you can do it. Once you do it, you'll be good to go. It's this big audit that is happening, and we have no control over it, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sure you do. It's been a real pain in the you-know-what for us to have to do this, but so I did see Pixie in the pre-market. Yeah, that's right. Announces sponsorship of 4 SPAC offerings. All right. 200-day moving average is sitting right above it. This could be ripe for a short if it gets close to that 200-day and does not take it out. A little bit divergence in the SPY. The SPY has continued to move down. It's still mildly positive. The Dow has gone a little bit positive. Nas is a little bit negative. So a little bit of divergence happening. Shoot, I saw the CDE in the pre-market. It wasn't really doing much. It's an earnings play, but boy, once that market opened, look at this. This is an earnings play, CDE. Just in time for me to take my break. Thank you, Real. And good morning or afternoon, where I guess you're. No, it's still morning. Here's another one that's just breaking down through the 200-day moving average, SELB. All right, CDE, just getting hammered. What's FSM doing? FSM was another silver play that had a brief movement higher yesterday, but it is continuing down now. FSM, another silver play. Yeah, that Cara really, really got hammered pre-market. The one I was in for real was a way cheaper one. Was the PSTI. You know, I was waiting for one of these silly little bios with Phase One news to short, and I got my wish today. It is getting. You're right. And a break underneath 14 now too. See, where could this go? I mean, we've got right here 1246. Looks like a couple of weekly candles down around that 1246. So it's about $1.40 away. All right, I am just going to make sure it is Jamie in the YouTube room today. Pretty sure it is. Okay, IPO guys just opened up. AVAH just opened up. All right, guys, Pixie on the move here. Pixie, Pixie, Pixie. The Shift Pixie, 7.8 million in the float. That is why something like this can happen. And again, I saw this in the pre-market, but look what it was doing. Hardly, I mean, I saw the pop and then it pulled right back. That's why I really didn't even mention it. But look what's happened now. Look at the volume that is surging into it. Yeah, there are commissions factored in, Michael. The thing is, though, of course, that a lot of people have free commissions. So, but there are commissions that are factored in. I think it's using IBs because, you know, that was the only way you could use Brokerage Plus with a live account. But now, if you have an E-Trade account, of course, it's commission free. Ah, there's no accounting for news, guys. But here we go. Pixie on the way. And yeah, it even showed up on my option scanner. Look at this, 308. That's a heck of a heck of a percentage increase now. About 10%. AVAH. Let's see who's behind that one. That's Pixie. Crazy. All right, so actually 38 million shares, so a fair number of shares. $12 was the offer. So AVAH, so it's really not done very much. It's not exciting yet anyway. And who's behind that one? Some, Barclays, JP Morgan, BMO. Actually, there and the co-managers, quite a few actually, but it doesn't look that exciting. Okay, this is what I'm going to do for the EDR. It's way up here. Well, I'm going to stick an alert. There's the high, and see if later on in the day it takes that out. That's the only way I trade an IPO the day of. Well, it's certainly, remember I was talking, but maybe it's stalling. I was saying this could turn into a nice short if it didn't take out the 200-day, but it just exploded right through the 200-day moving average like nothing. This was a nice one to trade earlier on. This Sky T. This is an earning or not earnings, an IPO back here, 21st. Ija, I don't know what you're. Oh, I see. Into a nice long. I see. Well, because I wasn't looking. I mean, there are some that could turn into a nice long, but you know me. If something is approaching the 200-day, it could turn into a nice short if it didn't crash through it. Ah, give me a moment, please. What time is it? 11:50. So, I think Jamie is going to be. Yes, he is. He's just telling me he'll be in the room. Okay, so Jamie will be in the YouTube room for between 12 and 1. I'll pop the YouTube. In fact, I'll pop it in right now because I'll be taking my break pretty soon. So if you want to head over there, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in right now. Huh. All right, so GRTX is maybe trying to come back a little bit. I mean, it's still up 22%, lots of volume, 24, 9.6 million in the float. So this will easily trade the float probably, I'll bet you 4 times anyway. You know, it's up to about what 38,000 shares or 38 million. That'll be about 4 times or so. So it looks like maybe it's found a base here, 785. Maybe it can start to move back higher. Look what it did though. I mean, it got right to that 200-day, a little bit above it, but the body of that candle just stopped it and moved down. Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize this. I didn't even realize this. I missed this completely. Look at the AI at 1018, 268. Wow. 26% gain. I didn't realize it was an AI alert. I was following it in other windows. So you had all sorts of time to take this trade. All sorts of time. There was the alert at 268. And that candle, that blue arrow right there on the 5-minute chart, on the 15-minute chart, all sorts of time. So, you know, there's a great illustration, and you don't have to, you don't have to worry about missing a trade like by 2 or 3 cents, even 5 cents. You have lots and lots of time to get into that trade if you wanted to for the Pixie. Wow. Probably, Sam, it depends on what it's looking at. It could be the number of days to the next high or the next low, something like that. It is a without seeing it exactly. Sometimes the quality refers to the share size. There might be even a definition. I don't know. It changes every depending on what you're looking at. So I can't tell you exactly. It's not. It makes a difference in something like this. Okay, I know some of you look at block trades. So let's just take a look at block trades, and I have a qual. So for instance, if you're looking at block trades, the quality column will tell you the exact number, okay, in that block trade as an example, okay. So it depends what the alert is, okay. So I can't tell. There's no hard and fast. So there's a block trade and 120,000 shares. Well, at least I found a stock that I could talk about in terms of the trade of the day, and that'll obviously be Pixie. Even though my personal trade of the day was PSTI, but that's okay. All right, so I am just waiting for Jamie to show up. What is it, 11:57? So he should be showing up there pretty soon. Better put my announcement in. Be back at about 12:40. Okay, so Ajit, I'm going to give you the definition. It's up to the current. Let me just get the definition here. There is the definition. Okay, I can't explain it any better or more detailed than that. All right, Jamie. Excellent. Okay, I'll stop the stream right now. Okay, guys, so I'm on my break now. You guys can head over to YouTube if you want for between 12 and 1 and listen to Jamie. So I'm going to stop my stream, Jamie.